Hello again, viewers, and greetings, fellow space travelers. This is Thorn of Night, and welcome to Monday, the 4th of March, 2024. A new month has begun, and a new week. Hello, Emma. Hello, Showtime. Hello, Cuddles. Hello, Loki. Hello, anyone and everyone else. Greetings and salutations. Today I'm going to be working on the Menger Sponge, as I often do on Mondays. And I'm going to be, just doing the usual stuff. I might need to make some more Chiseled Deepslate, but, it's just the regular busy work that's involved with building the monument. But before I get into that, let me find the button. There we go. Let me say thank you to the people who are able to help support my channel through Patreon and other means, but Patreon's the big easy one to list. Elmaze 11's Ogma Infinium, Sean, Little Cuddles, and X-Blaze Ninja. All of you guys make doing this possible, and this particular track sounds a little loud today. Anyway, I absolutely do thank you for any and all support that you guys have offered in the past and continue to offer, even just watching, which reminds me, if you are watching, remember to subscribe and follow YouTube and Twitch. Let's see here. Find the button again because I keep clicking away. And let's see here. Let's get over to the Minecraft. Oh, I guess before I get started on that, I almost forgot. Speaking of some of the people who are supporting through Patreon, over on Discord, which you can follow the link down below to my Discord. If you do, pick a role, otherwise you won't be able to see all of the Discord, and it won't let you officially join unless you have role. But over on the Discord, I have had 3 dad jokes summoned, and I thought that there was another dad joke happening. Loki in chat was saying, tried using an AI to make a cave painting, but I can't find the files I downloaded from it. I literally thought that was going to turn into some sort of dad joke, and I was all ready for it. I was prepared. But anyway, oh, here's another dad joke. More dad jokes coming in. Let's see here. What do you get when you cross a chicken with a skunk? A foul smell. I love fart squirrels. Fart squirrels are my favorite rodents. People are shocked to discover I have a police record, but I love their greatest hits. Police, the band. You see. Usually on these puns, if it's something like that, they capitalize the word police, because otherwise this is not a police record. Anyway, next joke is I have kleptomania, but when it gets bad, I take something for it. Which that's a great joke. And what time is it? I don't know. It keeps changing. No. The best answer for what time is it is you say now. It is now. But it's still a good dad joke. It's not the best time I ever had. Best time I ever had was 2:34. Alright, let's minimize this. Come back over here. Bring this up. Bring this up. Probably not going to be a lot of YouTube chat. Naki Requiem is probably going to be participating a little later, but there are occasionally visitors. And now I come over here to the Minecraft full screen. I figured out what was going on in the past. I would launch the Minecraft, but not access the panel over here on Streamlabs. And as a result, I would have to wait for it to manifest the actual Streamlabs output. Okay, let's get over to the Minecraft. Let's go to multiplayer. Let's see how many people are on. 277. All right. Let's first see if I have the paste. I do. Okay, cool. Let's go to Candy. Advertise. I'll come stand over this flag. Well, hover. And I'll go paste. And then it's about average population. Most of the people who play on here are Amethyst rank. Not a whole lot of new people. Hey, there's Birdie Ed. And now we go back to Wild. I was thinking about if I managed to get a reasonable, basically get to the point where I could safely do it and comfortably do it. I was thinking about getting a right-click item for me, but that seems like an extravagance I'm going to have to reject for right now. Let's go P time at noon. P weather clear. Carol clear. Let's paste the ad. Well, first. Oh. Not a lot of people on. Crunchy Lemon. Don't know them. And let's get my feet right above this layer here. Cool. Let's see what's in here. Okay, so I have a little bit. In fact, I do want to home warehouse. I do want to offload these empties so that I don't accidentally include them in the count. So let's do that. Oh, that's right. I'm up here now. And then, oh, wait. PV2. I can just use this partial. As today is first. Let's go back. And yes, it is 3 layers until the big hole. Three layers, and I will probably be able to do all 3 layers today. I don't see why not. Unless something catastrophic happens. Speaking of catastrophic things happening, I was up for RGA's stream Saturday. I was a little tired, and I was probably at first I was succumbing to the urge not to do any extra stuff, but then I thought, you know what, I'm up, and this is the first time that I have been up during the stream in a while, so I'm going to just go ahead and get a stream started. A little over 4 minutes into the intro of my stream, the countdown, my net dropped. And it was more than just a little hiccup. It was down for a good minute or so. So I couldn't reestablish. So I tried to stream again. I said, you know what? I'm not going to let this defeat me. I'm going to try to stream again. I got everything set up, and the same moment that I clicked on go live, my net dropped again. Oops. So I tried one final time. And this time, before I could even click on go live, before I could even refill in all the information, my net dropped again. But I was ready. I was ready to that's a weird optical illusion I was seeing. I was ready to try to capture a raid from RGA. Just in case. Maybe next weekend. I don't know what's been going on with my net. All the diagnostics seem to say that it's working fine, the actual router. So that means it's the net itself. Speaking of Loki becoming a little Nightbot, I see 2 of the 3 Nightbot messages that I have automated, but not the 3rd. That's weird. They're supposed to happen at every 15 minutes. It's supposed to be one to mention my Discord. It's supposed to be one to tell people how to start the Pokemon community game, and then it's also got one that talks about the staying active in chat. Huh. I wonder if it randomly selects which ones it's going to do over any interval. Because I've seen it put all 3. I've seen it put 1. I've seen it put a random assortment of 2 of them. I wonder if that's what's going on. So, anyone have anything interesting happen this weekend? Read any good books? Find any good series? I read about 30-ish short stories. I got about 3,500 words written. Not a whole lot, but it's quite better than nothing. Learned some stuff. Wow, my brain said that was down in the game chat that was Nightbot, and I was trying to read it to figure out what message it was. Hello, name in YouTube chat. Hello. I don't know if I remember you. Oh, were you someone who tried to advertise their channel without permission? I remember something about Bed Wars being attached to someone's name who did that. That was them. I mentioned it and they made the angry face and said, bye. I love it. You had a 10-hour stream yesterday, Emma. What did you stream? More of your I must use a different word. The Rim World. I almost called it Lantern Forge because that's a game that I was looking at in my library over the weekend. One of the games that I think there might be a potential possibility of me maybe doing some sort of Refugee to Regent style thing with Lantern Forge as well, but I'm gonna have to get a lot more practice playing it. Oh, that's the next shulker. Weekly weight? What is weekly weight? My weekly weight is 229 pounds. Oh, a weekly weight-based quest to catch Pokemon under 59 kilograms. Okay. Why 59 kilograms? I'm going to guess that it is a randomly generated quest. It seems like it has arbitrary random quests based on types of stats that there can be available for the Pokemon. That's what my guess is. Also, congratulations on capturing the Grimer. I just had a weird thought about instead of a Pokemon game, having something similar where you have to capture stuff, but it's Ghostbusters. Huh. Ghost, all like an entire ghost type Pokemon, call it Ghostbusters. Yeah, that would be funny. No, but I mean, like you're out capturing Slimers and that sort of thing, phantasms and specters and whatnot, and you have to maintain your ghost storage and everything else. But instead of it being Pokemon, have it actually be full of, you know, Ghostbusters lore. Now, maybe you're not playing as Peter Venkman or whatever, but you know, you're part of a satellite team. One of the creators runs battle coin tournaments on Sundays. One of the creators of what? Yokai Watch? Oh, the PCG. Oh, okay. I was afraid I had missed a piece of the conversation. Ah, okay. I was thinking a possibility of like for the Ghostbusters style game, like instead of tournaments where people go versus each other, what it actually is a whole bunch of people try to, I don't know, take out Gozer or whatever. Have I ever wondered how weird spaghetti is? Are you talking about first you wet the dries and then you dry the wets and then you wet the dries again and then you dry the wets? And then you wet the dries one last time and then you dust the wets? Is that the weirdness of spaghetti? I like to think that the reason Chile, the country, is such a long country is not because it's trying to keep Argentina from being able to see the ocean. No, I think it's because entirely comprised of spaghetti farms. A 100 miles long, 1 inch wide. Oh, there's the Nightbot message. See, it did 2 messages. Huh. Oh, no, no. Okay, so it did all 3 of them. I need to change the intervals. Here's the problem. The Nightbot messages happen at regular intervals, and so if I want to do something, say, every 15 minutes, because that feels like it's a good, comfortable amount of time, then all my messages will fill the entire chat every 15 minutes or whatever. So I'm thinking I need to come up with, like, I don't know, make the messages happen every prime number worth of minutes. Like every 11, 13, 17, 19, something like that. And then just select which ones happen on those intervals. I'll get it hammered out one of these days. Because the way Nightbot works is it takes whatever the interval is and sends a message out on that minute. So every hour it starts a timer. And so if you say you want to have your message put out every 15 minutes, no matter what, at the start of the hour, it starts a timer at like 8 o'clock or whatever. And then at 8:15, it starts pumping out the messages. And then at 8:30, then 8:45, and then it starts over again at 9 with the messages, with the timer started at 9 again. But, like, for instance, if you want to do it, say, every 13 minutes, then it starts at 8, then it goes at 8:13, then 8:26, then 8:39, and then 8:52, and then it'll do it at 9 o'clock again. Humans are just food that's been broken down and reassembled into human. Now I think humans are just food that's been broken down and reassembled into anxiety. We are like a 3.5 pound chemical electric anxiety machine piloting a meat suit that's attached by sticky substances to a metal skeleton. Human equals want more. What does that remind me of? It reminds me of Human Fall Flat. That's a game that I have seen but do not have. Hello, Zenko. Hey yourself. Oh, that's the corner. So, you know what I would like to see? I would like to see a Mondo crossover of all the Pokemon, all the Digimon, all the Yu-Gi-Oh, and all of the... What's the collective term for the Monster Rancher beings? Monsters? I'll have to get back to you on that. I think that would be a fun little... Well, it wouldn't be little, it'd be pretty massive, actually. A massive crossover. And just to turn the dial up to 11, in order to be successful at the game, you have to, in-game, you have to actively be staying on top of your own little personal Tamagotchi. And keeping it alive, and clean, and happy, and fed. How am I doing today? I'm doing pretty okay. Got seemingly plenty of sleep. Oh, I'm stuck. All right. Oh, and this is the layer. This is the layer that gets torches. Hello, Jackson! When you say join here, are you asking people to join? Or are you just announcing your arrival? Someone's garlic bread in chat. I made a pasta dish yesterday that incorporates garlic bread. Italian style meatballs, Gouda cheese, I can't remember the name of that pasta. It's like penne, but it's bent. It's not like macaroni and cheese kind of noodles. It's got it's like a bent, fat, ridged tube. I can never remember the name. Anyway, some of that, some Gouda cheese, a little bit of melted Parmesan, garlic, onion, black pepper, and then what are effectively garlic croutons. Yes, it incorporates the garlic bread, as in there was garlic bread that was deliberately turned into croutons for salad, but I stopped regularly eating salad, and so I incorporated it into the pasta instead. Oops, oops, oops. Well, there goes that block. Bye. What's really sad is, because I am spending all my time up in these chunks, all those blocks that I'm dropping under my feet, I probably could go down there and gather a bunch of loose blocks that I have accidentally dropped down into the nothing below. Just because I don't think the vertical chunks are loaded. I think that if I have machinery running down there at ground level, but I'm way up here, I don't think it actually loads. I think verticality counts for chunk loading in these more recent versions. So I may still have some litter down there. I should get a lackey to pick up my blocks. Just have 1,000 allays down there. Learned something today about allays. If you have a jukebox going and you use the jukebox and it gets an allay dancing, once every 10 minutes, I think you can right click it with an amethyst shard and it just clones the allay. That's just, you know, native to the game. Using regenerating amethyst shards and music, you can make an army of allays. I did not know that. I've learned a thing. Also, I've learned that the hoe is the ideal tool for picking up skulk. I also did not realize that skulk was a hoe block. So I learned some stuff today. Penne Rigate? It might be Penne Rigate. But yeah, Saturday was a little bit frustrating. I was actually kind of bummed out. It made me decide, you know what? I'm just going to go take a nap. Got myself all amped up and jazzed for doing a stream. Got it all started, and then my internet said, nah. Whew, alright, back here at the origin. You wish you had more friends to share this channel to. I also wish I had more friends to share this channel to. I'm not the greatest at networking. They don't use Twitch. Well, I mean, there is always the YouTube. Oh, speaking of making a game like Ghostbusters or whatever, um, I have begun looking into what is necessary to make a Discord bot. And it seems like the ones that keep track of like player stats for games and all that kind of stuff, it seems like, based on what I have read, all of that back end part of stuff is whoever is making the bot has to come up with their own means of dealing with the data storage. So if I were to come up with some sort of Discord bot game, the information that is stored for each user would have to be saved, say, on some sort of other server that I would have to rent. So I'm going to look a little bit more into it to see if this is actually the way it is. But it seems like how it operates. Oops. Makes it Google Sheets to store the data? Oh. See, that seems a lot simpler than what people were explaining. I'll have to look further into it. So I have been looking into getting a nut butter food processor to make homemade nut butters. Specifically, I want to start incorporating like macadamias and stuff into my diet. But I have the issue where I can't really all that easily chew nuts. So it's going to have to be transformed into a paste so that I can incorporate it elsewise into a dish. And in my searching for these nut butter food processor things, I discovered that there's a huge span of quality and functionality, and it seems like a lot of the people are saying that there are just multi-purpose food processors that work better than the nut butter makers. But either way, it looks like the prices vary wildly from like $40 to hundreds of dollars. So I'm gonna have to do some more research. And there's nothing wrong with peanut butter. It's just it doesn't have some of the nutrition that I am looking to get out of the macadamias. And I have found that for 12 ounces of macadamia nuts, I can get it for about $12, 13-ish. And then if I want to have 12 ounces of macadamia nut butter just pre-made, it's also about 13-ish dollars. And at least by doing it myself, I'm not loading it down with salt and sugar and preservatives and stuff. I can make them homemade. And the only difference is the initial cost of the food processor. Oops, something's in my eye. That's uncomfortable. That's an eyelash. Okay. We're good. So tomorrow, if I manage to get all of my other stuff done, I'm going to try to do an additional stream earlier in the day, maybe about 2 hours or so. Probably some Starbound, I don't know, maybe some Chronicon. Just a little something to fill some time. During a period of the day when I would be playing games anyway. A wild sea dot has appeared in Twitch chat. Maybe it's French, maybe it's Sedo. Hee hee, baguette. Okay, now. I pronounced it right the first time. See, with it being called C dot, it looks like it's a sea-doo with a T at the end. A sea-doo. Like the water jet ski craft thingy. That single block always messes with me. I think that's Darth Chicken's observation point. C dot escaped. You're coding your robot right now. Nice. Back when I was a early teen, and Lego had put out those more advanced sets that used cameras and motors and stuff like that. Not just the Technic, but the actual motorized Technic. Hello. Hello. How are you, Mr. Green? I made some special code where this crow that I got, I figured out how to make a crow walk, a crow that I had built. I sized it up and put the motor in. I also figured out how to make it lean down and eat bright colored Legos, or what it thought were bright colored Legos, and then it would, you know, let them go through its system and then poo them out. It was kind of funny, but I made it chase red balls, and it had some minor facial recognition. And so if it saw my sister's face, I made it peck at her feet. Or at least toward. The whole thing had to be on a tether, obviously, but it was funny watching this little crow on a leash wander around and chase a red ball. That's the extent of my robotics. What language was it? I don't remember it. For all I know, it was its own little custom thing. It's whatever the coding was that came with the set. Actually, you know what? I might be able to look that up. Let's see here. We have Lego Robotics Programming Language. Oh, it was called MicroPython. Mindstorms, that's the name of the sets. Yeah, okay, so it's so I do have a little bit of familiarity somewhat, or had some familiarity with Python. Okay. It's been like 30 years since I messed with it, so I don't remember what the codes were and all that kind of stuff. It has escaped from memory. Unfortunately, I was limited to what was part of MicroPython. Back in those days, though, I was doing programming with some Fortran, Pascal, COBOL, like 4 different kinds of BASIC. My favorite was GWiz Basic, GW Basic, because it was so streamlined. The only downside to GWiz Basic is it didn't really do all that well with graphics. The best graphics that I could get out of Basic was in my 20s. I was messing with Dark Basic, I believe it was called. That had a lot of integration for different kinds of graphics. I made a scrolling 3D Martian landscape. I made a cloud simulator program that used weather parameters that started 1,000 pixels off screen to determine what the weather was supposed to be like, and that was what generated the clouds. And then I made it so you could change the temperature of an area of the screen and it would affect the nearby weather. And I was a dork. Still am, but I was too. I mean, you probably can't tell that I'm a dork. No. That's not where you live. Last night I was playing some Titan Quest, and I was looking to see if maybe I could figure out a way to do a pacifist style run with Titan Quest, where after the initial defending the horse thing, if I could then do full pacifist, and it turns out there is almost nothing in that game. There's a couple things that I've found that have very low % chance of some damage reflection, but there really isn't a way to do a pacifist reflexive kind of character on Titan Quest, which is a shame. I also have discovered that since I was regularly playing it, there have been a number of new DLCs, which I do not own. What is my favorite type of game? My favorite types of games tend to be open world, like diggy-buildy survival games. Minecraft really scratches that itch, but also I enjoy lots of story potential games. So Skyrim is great because of how extensive the modding community is. RPGs tend to be fairly fun-ish, but I don't like turn-based RPG stuff. So those JRPG games where you have to have your little follow the leader team running around the map, and then you take turns with the fight, and you have to micromanage all of your characters. I just want to play one character. So if it's going to be an RPG style thing, then I'd rather it be something like Borderlands. I do like action, but I don't like PvP. I enjoy some kinds of puzzles, but if doing the puzzle wrong prevents me from actually advancing through the game, it makes the game a lot less enjoyable. Also, I don't have the greatest of reflexes, so being punished for not having good reflexes is also a lot less of a fun game, which is why I generally like these sorts of games, because I'm largely in control of what projects I'm working on and how the environment affects me. I can build or adjust accordingly. Hello again, Zach. Welcome back. Welcome, Zach. Now, there are a lot of games that I've played that are fun because of how they are challenging. There's one that I still have yet to beat. I've gotten several levels into it, and I just get too overwhelmed and I can't keep playing it. It's called The Impossible Game. You're just this little shape that's side-scrolling across the screen, and there's music playing, and you get to jump over and under obstacles and try not to touch the danger stuff and try not to fall into the void. I can sit and play that for hours and hours, and even though I can't get all the way through the game, I still enjoy it to a point. Let's see here. That's that. So this gets these. Okay. I'd say I've probably beaten about, I don't know, a third of the games that I own. One of my proudest victories back in the original Super Nintendo, or just Nintendo, not even Super Nintendo, was called Journey to Silas, or Silius, or something like that. And I played that all the time. It didn't have save states, so if you wanted to win, you had to do it all in one sitting. And so I just played and played and played and played and played. And then eventually, I finally beat the game once and never touched it again. Because it was one of those, finally, I did it. I can check it off of my list. Nowadays, a lot of games don't really have win criteria. You get to the end of the game, sure, but you don't have, I have beaten the game. It's just, I have gotten through the story of the game, but there's no beating an open-ended game, for instance. I mean, technically, you can beat the end dragon and then come back to the overworld through going through the portal, and that, quote, beats Minecraft, but there's no beating Minecraft, really. That is sort of the difference between Skyrim and other previous installations in the Bethesda games. With Skyrim, once you beat Alduin, you can keep playing. Whereas if you were to go back to, say, Fallout 3, you beat the game, that's it. The game stops. There's no more playing to do. So if you wanted to get your little role-playing in, you needed to do it before you beat the game. There's a cutoff point. Another game I enjoyed, quote, beating was Parasite Eve. The satisfaction of actually overcoming the end boss. Oh man, especially with the really crummy controls and camera on that game. They had to do something sort of like the Resident Evil camera style, which I hate. Yeah, story generator. That's a good term for the style of game that I like. Story generator. But like with enough mods, games like Skyrim can be story generators and not just a single RPG. Oh, I missed announcing the Glalie or Glally. Apologies. Where's Cuddles today? Cuddles is probably about. Cuddles, I believe, mentioned BRB, need my drink, grr. Have not seen anything since. Cuddles has been having a little bit of a rough go lately. Which reminds me I need to get what I can from the refuge, if at all possible. Oops. I think I did that whole stack without interruption. Neat. I would think that the hardest Pokemon to pronounce is Jigglypuff, because if you start pronouncing it correctly, you fall asleep partway through. I just heard a baby zombie. I just heard it go, bah. Where are you? There you are. Hello. Rude. Judging by the no secondary twang, I'm going to assume that that skeleton fell in a hole. Because my hat has knockback. Name it Jeff the Baby Zombie. Ooh, I wonder if I can pop my neck. Nope. Ow. Hello, Aztec. In YouTube chat, hello. Greetings and salutations. Hello also in Twitch chat. How is my tea? That's a good question. My tea is, let's see here. Nice and warm. Just enough creamer to cut the acid. Half a teaspoon of sugar just to give it a little bit more oomph. Mmm. But today I am drinking just some regular black tea. It's black and orange pico. I think there might be a little bit of oolong in there. Love me some tea. Aw, get let go. Maybe 2. After this, I'll have to go make some more shulkers worth of blocks. And that's quite all right. You're watching the American Dragon. American Dragon, that sounds familiar. Let's see here. American Dragon, Jake Long. Okay, I see. That's why I recognize it. Because I have encountered little snippets of it. I don't really know what the show is about. It looks like it was only a couple of seasons. Obviously, it was about that kid named Jake Long. You have Lapis rank. Oh, you're not on yet. Well, congratulations, Zach, on the Lapis rank. Wait, is this the right? Yes. Yeah, okay. A wild Wimpod has appeared in Twitch chat. I believe Lapis rank is one of those pivotal ranks. I have notes about what you get new per rank. There it is. Oh, okay, no, it was iron that was the pivotal. Okay. With Lapis rank, you get the Lapis prefix, the kit. You get access to the Condense. Condense can be helpful. You get 2 new set homes with Lapis. You get 15 more player shops. Or no, you get... Yeah, I guess 15 more player shops. You get 1 more player vault, so another PV. I think it gives you PV 3. Yeah, 3. And on the creative server, you get 1 more creative plot. And then some /impets. If Dirt Rank is free, why don't you get it when you join? It's because Dirt Rank was only very recently created. And also, I don't think that I have encountered any servers that automatically give you a rank. That is for the same reason why you don't automatically get ranks and stuff on Discords and things like that. It is a way to prevent bots from being able to be ranked members. Rank automation is a great way to open backdoors that aren't intended to be opened. It used to be that the lowest rank was Iron rank, cost 499 gems or something like that, and it was the way in. You're going to join later. Well, good on you for doing your tasks before you join. It is a hard thing to discipline oneself to do that sort of thing. It is so easy if you have reward available to just skip to reward and not do thing first. Discipline is still discipline. If you are raised in an environment where you don't have a whole lot of guidance on how to incorporate discipline into your own life, then it is easy to fall into the, I guess, laziness trap. That's right, Nightbot. Come join our little community on Discord. Bunch of lurkers, bunch of nerds and dorks sharing memes and videos and just generally existing. There's all 3 messages. Oh, you know what I didn't do today? I didn't check to see if alert sounds were going to work. Remains to be seen. The glass coffin company scene? Meme? Glass Coffin Company. Oh, remains to be seen. I get it. That's on par with let that sink in. Oh, bye. It occurs to me that the sound that zombies make when they walk, it makes it sound like they have wet feet. Not the good kind of wet either. More like the wet where you forgot to take your socks off for too long. There's Cuddles. Yeah, their flesh is far gone. The Bogged? Is that a new creature? Now, they have shoes. They have gray little shoes. Maybe they're wearing Crocs. And that's why it sounds all slappy. The rotten fleshy feet squishing inside the shoes. Oh, maybe it's the sound of their thighs rubbing against one another. That's what it is. Gross, but okay. Oh. Maybe 6. Okay. Home. Warehouse. So I've done 5.5 shulkers worth. I'll just go ahead and make 8. A wild Chinchu has appeared in Twitch chat. Congratulations, Cuddles, on catching the Chinchu. Oh, if anyone else is doing the other Pokemon game that I have down in the extension panels, and you are on the Discord, when you finally get your collection hammered out that you want to have, might I request that you share your collection of Pokemon? I'm going for a sort of a mix between gothy stuff and eldritch stuff. Like creepy crawlies and oozy tentacly things, and then, you know, things that look like introverted goths. The thing that you do for that is you just click on the Pokeball. There's not much to it. You can have 10 Pokemon caught at the same time, and that's it. I will warn, beware. There are some hazardous ones, which is to say, when you catch them, they are difficult to release, and they are ones whose image for whatever reason, is the blank outline of Pikachu instead of being an actual Pokemon image. It's like a placeholder. And if you get one of these and want to swap it out, it can be a little bit problematic. But you can go for 10 of the same Pokemon. You can go for trying to catch all legendary ones. Go for all from a theme if you want. I know very little about the Pokemon other than what I've seen, so I just went with what seemed like were fitting for what I was going for. I think I have one that is an overstimulated Pokemon that likes to slap people that make too much noise. And, you know, I'm not saying I encourage it. I'm saying I understand. All right. 2 more to go. Oh, I know why my leg is bouncing as much as it is. I'm needing to go get more drink. And I'm being impatient with myself. I'll be right back. More drink. All right, let's get back to the block making. So tomorrow, I'm going to be doing the Star Explorers, and I'm looking forward to the possibility of being able to find the ancient alien warp drive thing. Uh-oh. Server's restarting. I'll just let it do its thing. Drink some of this tea. Why does it reset the server? Minecraft has always had issues with memory getting gummed up. There have been versions of Minecraft where there were something called memory leaks, where a bit of memory would continue to stack and stack and stack and not dump from the RAM. And so in order to just clear out the dust, it just resets. Like when your computer's starting to act slow, you just reboot your computer and that tends to fix things. Same sort of thing. You just, turn it off, turn it back on again. It cleans out some of the gunk. And also, a lot of the public servers do that on SMPs especially because there are a lot of people who they just join and only AFK. Like if I were to, if it were before Candy came out and there were 48 players, 37 of them would be AFK pretty much, at least. Usually only about 10 people are playing at any given time, between 5 and 10 people. And so when the restart happens, it also frees up the computer resources by not having to have all the areas loaded around the idle players. Like real time here, they're AFK. They will probably join and then go right back to AFK, or they'll stay here indefinitely. They might have an auto rejoin, but I don't think they do because otherwise they would have already been there. Real time is number 8 on the leaderboard. I have given up trying to go for that. You basically would have had to start being on the leaderboard on the first day that the leaderboard was created, and I missed that bus. All right, let's try to go back in 15 seconds. There we go. Set the time and the weather back the way I like it. A wild swanna has appeared in Twitch chat. That had better be a white bird with a big, long neck. Speaking of big birds, did you know that on Sesame Street, for the longest time, the running uh, behind the scenes lore was that people did not believe that Big Bird's friend Snuffleupagus was real and just were humoring him every time he talked about Snuffleupagus until one day, years after this whole thing started, one day people actually encountered Snuffleupagus. Oh wait, not PP2. Back. They thought that Big Bird was just having a make-believe friend. How sad is that? Chicken video spam? That's a white bird with a big long neck. Yes! Also, congratulations, Showtime, for capturing the bird. Have you heard that the bird is the word? So, considering that swans are a type of waterfowl, is swanna a water type? A water flying. Sweet. A protector of the seas is not a water type? I should try playing a Pokemon game. I did used to play Monster Rancher. Well, Monster Rancher 2 anyway. And it was because of Monster Rancher 2 why I had a single Celine Dion album on CD. Because that was some of the best stats that you could get for any of the monsters was from that CD. Ah, something's in my eye. Probably eyelash again. Maybe even the same eyelash. I hate that. Is that good? That's good. You're biased toward anything bird related in video games? Why is that, Naki? Oh, I went way past it. Oops, oops. I saw a funny meme the other day regarding Indiana Jones. I like Indiana Jones related stuff. The meme was that Anakin and Amidala meme where he says one thing, and she goes, "You're talking about this, right? Right?" And it was Indiana Jones saying, "It belongs in a museum." And Amidala goes, "In its country of origin, right? Right?" That is a good point. Do I have brown mushrooms? I do have brown mushrooms. How many brown mushrooms do you need? Oh. $64 brown mushrooms. Back. I can manage that. Go past the badgers, go to the mushrooms. Badger, 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 mushroom. Delicious tea. Interesting fact about human society. It wasn't until the inception of the wider popularity of tea and coffee drinks that we started climbing out of the dark ages and started pursuing, let's say, more enlightened thought. Because there's always been philosophy of sorts, but some of it was stifled for a while, let's say, and that's because very often the only real safe things to drink were things that were distilled and boiled down and whatnot, and that usually ended up being beers and wines. And while interesting, things don't really advance all that well when powered by beer and wine. And then coffee and tea started inserting themselves into society, and there started being like coffee houses and whatnot, where people would go and drink this energizing drink and have more animated conversations with other people who liked these energizing drinks. Coffee bar philosophy was born. That is one of the major turning points in human society. Hello, welcome back. Showtime. Oh, that's too many blocks. Imagine if you couldn't fly. I don't have to imagine. I have done projects like these without fly. I started on Performium back in 2016, and it wasn't until 2018 when I got fly, and it was as a gift from someone, and I had done all that Skyblock stuff. Oops, oops. I'd done all that without fly. It just takes longer. A wild crawdont has appeared in Twitch chat. Yeah, I did a tier 4 Menger Sponge and its neighborhood on the refuge without fly. Congratulations on catching the crawdont, Cuddles. So, in this Pokemon community game, I believe I was told that there are a total of 1,000 Pokemon. How many Pokemon are there in the actual Pokemon universe? (1,025) Pokemon in the Pokemon universe. That's not including evolutions and alternate forms and stuff. I figured it wouldn't be. Go hit all the Pokemon with a brick stone to turn them all into ghost form. Yeah, Pokemon is 28 years old. Yeah. Almost exactly 1 year younger than Digimon. PV3 gunpowder in here? Yes. You need carrots, you say. Do I have carrots in here? I have a potat. I have a carrot here. Back. Let's go get carrots. What is Digimon? What is Digimon? Oh my. Digimon is basically the same sort of thing as Pokemon. It's where Pokemon got its idea. Did I go past carrots? I did. Here, let's give you a stack of carrots. I don't know if that was lag or if it just took a second to click. All right, let's go back. Am I remembering that wrongly? Let's see here. I thought it came out the other way around. Because I thought Digimon was 1995 and Pokemon was 1996. Let's see here. Oh! So Pokemon was 96. Digimon was 97. Okay. I apologize. Well, the numbers. What am I remembering then? Oh. It wasn't Digimon. It was Dragon Quest. That's what it was. Yeah, Pokemon basically stole so much stuff straight from Dragon Quest. Dragon Quest 2 was... yeah, much older, 1987, but then there was later stuff. When you look at stuff, most things are just copies of other things. It's what you do with it, that how you make it your own thing, that makes it, I guess, less infringing. Oh yeah, Dragon Quest does have a movie. That's right. That. Okay, cool. heard the skeleton, but I didn't see the skeleton. Alright, this layer is almost done. Then I put the torches in, and then I move on to the next layer. And then it is 2 layers until the big hole. In 1997, I believe that was the year where I was in a reading contest with my dad. And I thought, hey, let's see how much we could read in the course of a year, and then at the end of the year we compare notes. And I thought he read a lot, so I thought I had my work cut out for me. So January 1st came around, and I opened up a new notebook and kept track of how many pages and what title and author and all that kind of stuff. And then the end of the year came around, and I was prepared to be defeated, let's say. And I pulled out all of my information, and turns out that I had read more before February than he had read in the entire year, and I had gotten myself all worked up for nothing. But I did enjoy lots of new books that year, so it wasn't a loss. Okay. So we are going to go PV2. Bring the torches down. A wild glammeow has appeared in Twitch chat, and there's Cuddles with the instant poke catch. Cuddles was ready to go. Control V for the win. Speaking of paste, when I was a kid, one of the things that I used to do in elementary school was, and don't worry, I'm not going to say eat glue. No, no, different thing with glue. I used to get a thin layer of Elmer's glue on my hand and wait for it to set and dry. And then later on in the day, I would just peel the glue off of my hand during class. Like I would put the glue on during art class and then peel it off during social studies or something. And I apparently started a trend of other people doing it when they would see me doing it. And a lot of people were disruptive when they did it, and they would get in trouble. And I was very lucky to never have gotten in trouble. Congratulations, Showtime, for catching the Pokemon. Sticky hands, yes. What gave me the idea for doing it, by the way, was when I would get sunburn. Obviously, my skin would peel off in big rafts. And then I discovered that glue behaved in much the same way. And so I experimented with how to get just the right thickness of glue on my hand. And I'd only put it on one hand. I'd only put it on my left hand. That way I could keep doing things as normal. And then I would have my left hand free to be able to peel the glue off. Sometimes I would manage to peel the entire thing off in one go, sort of like a degloving. Don't look that up. But whenever I did manage to get it off all in one go, I would sometimes save the handprint, let's call it, by just flattening it between some pages in a book. But I realized that I would sometimes accidentally leave the handprint in my book. And so some poor student in the years after me would get that book, open up to the chapter. All right, kids, turn to page 72. Ah, there's a hand in my book. I can only imagine the strangeness of finding a handprint made of dried glue stuck between some pages in a book. That had to be surreal. I am not a lefty. I am right-handed. That's why I would put the glue on my left hand so that it didn't interfere with my writing or other activities. And I could just hold the hand still. I also enjoyed the sensation of peeling the glue off of my hand. It was very odd. If everything goes planned next week, you might be connecting sides. Oh, look at you go. Coding sucks. Yeah, coding does suck. Coding sucks especially if you don't have expertise to glean information from, like good examples of code. Like imagine having to come up with a sorting algorithm all on your own. Ugh. I will say this. When I was in high school, one of the classes that I took had both AutoCAD and AutoSketch, and it was a sort of shop class. And well, it was a CAD class, computer aided drafting class, and I had I was able to do the designs a lot faster by typing out the commands than I could by point and click with the mouse. Like extremely faster, especially because I could envision the coordinates of where things were supposed to be. So I would just go into the command line and do all the drafting that way, and all the assignments I would finish so early that the teacher started getting concerned that somehow I was cheating or whatever. And I said, I very, very loudly and clearly said, okay, if you want to accuse me of cheating, I want you to watch what I do. I wanted to put them on the spot. They wanted to put me on the spot, I can turn that table. So I was given the assignment. I said, all right, here's how I do it. Type, 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 done. Needless to say, I did not get in trouble for doing the assignment without mouse, but I had been scolded for just idling after my assignment was done because we weren't allowed to work on other classes' projects. No doing homework for another class in that class. And so I would do the work, it would get done real fast, and I would just kind of sit there and twiddle my thumbs. And it was because of that that I was able to get Wolfenstein 3D installed on the computer so that I could play Wolfenstein 3D while waiting for everyone else to finish their work. One of the many advantages to being a nerd. Why do I use soul torches? I use soul torches because the color of gray that the Chiseled Deepslate is doesn't look as good with regular torches. That yellow just kind of, it clashes. And so I like this blue. It's a nice blue. All right, now I go all the way over here. Yeah, when I started this project, I actually spent some time thinking about what palette to use and how I was going to do things. Yeah, and everyone else uses normal torches for builds anyway. But I'm not doing it to be different. I literally am doing it because of appearance. When I started the project, I thought about what block to use for the thing. And at first, I was thinking maybe using Soul Fire or maybe Soul Lanterns. And I realized that it was just going to be too much extra work, and having the fire was going to be potentially problematic. So I went to the soul torches. Okay. So I double up torches in this, but not this, because in this area here, it's going to be covered by the next ring of these. But this space here is going to be open. It's going to be the big hole. So if I didn't have that second torch, then this spot right here would spawn things. And this spot right here would spawn things. Well, these three spots and those three spots. And I have to make sure that it is illuminated all the way around for these completely open spots. If it's just this, the only places that need to be illuminated are the top rings up here. So basically, that is enough to illuminate these guys. And I can even show that here. By going F3, it says 3 block. Ah! Alright. PV2. Wow. I guess I got lucky with the torches. There are other fractals that can work well in Minecraft. You can have Hilbert curves. You can have the dragon curve. Dragon curves are neat. I like dragon curves, but you have to actually plan it out. A dragon curve. Let's see here. Let me find on my imager. Images. Oh, are you kidding me? Posts. I think imager is misbehaving. There we go. Ba, 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 ba. Where is... There we go. Dragon curve. With some dust on the lens. Copy image. Let's bring up Earthen View. Is Earthen View not visible? Earthen View is not visible. There we go. Paste. This is a dragon curve. I first encountered a dragon curve in the Michael Crichton book Jurassic Park. It was a fractal that started with just this section of it. I know that's hard to discern. It started with just that section of it. And then as you do more iterations, it just spirals out like this. But then it stops spiraling out and after a point and it curves back. However, that's not entirely true. As you continue reiterating it, the spiral does keep growing. It's just at the half point, it curves the other direction and it becomes what's called the dragon curve. Let's see here. A better example might be dragon curve. Ba, 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 ba. And then I go like this and make a loud noise. It didn't make a loud noise. Weird. This is a more flat version of a dragon curve. Same sort of thing. You can see that going on there. The way the dragon curve works is let's see here. If I open Paint, and then I do this, and then let's go properties. Oh, okay. I need to add, not paint.net, I need to actually add paint. Sources. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Window capture. Add source. Paint just paint. There we go. Let's transform you to stretch the screen. And let's just move this all the way down to the bottom of the list. There we go. So hide the Minecraft. Let's get rid of the grid. Control G. Okay, so with paint.net, or with paint.net, with paint, you can draw these little pixels. And so I will go with a slightly larger line. So you start with a line, and then you go copy, and then transparent selection, and then go paste, and then go rotate right 90 degrees, and copy around that. Then, oh wait, that's wrong. There we go. Now I copy this, and I rotate 90 degrees to the right and put it around that endpoint. And this is the start of the dragon curve. And it doesn't really look very dragon curvy at first until a few more iterations in. Let's see here, rotate right. I'll put this right there. Move that down over here. And you go like this, copy, paste. Oh. Copy, paste, rotate right, and you're always pasting onto, oh, I did something wrong. Well, you get the idea. Yeah, I see what I did wrong. It was that over there. Oops. Oh well. But you keep on rotating, and keep on pasting, keep on pasting, keep on pasting, and then you end up with the dragon curve. Could that fractal be made in 3D? No. But there is a 3D Hilbert curve. So let's close that. Let's open that. Let's go Hilbert curve. A Hilbert curve is what's known as a space filling curve. Here's a good example of one. Ish. Go take a screenshot, click on that, go copy, open up Earth and View again, and go paste. This here. Oops. Where's Earth and View? This here is a Hilbert curve. And so, as you can see, because it also conforms to cube kind of environments, it's also going to be something that's possibly buildable in Minecraft. But there really aren't a whole lot of cubic fractals that are easy to reproduce, because with the Menger Sponge, you can do the Menger Sponge from top to bottom or bottom to top in the case of what I'm doing, without having to have something to go off of, which is different because, let's see here, let me minimize this again, come back over here to the Minecraft. I do sort of have this guideline to go off of here, but to build that, I just followed the rules of make a ring of 8 blocks, and then make 8 rings of those 8 blocks, and then make 8 rings of those 8, and then make 8 rings of those 8, and then make 8 rings of those 8. And it is a easy enough pattern to follow so that I can leave off anywhere on here and come right back in and go without any sort of roadmap. I can just go, all right, I have just done this layer, so that means I need to do this layer here. And I can just come back to it and pick right back up. With things like Hilbert curves and dragon curves, you have to actually go by a pattern. You have to go by a design, because the iteration that you end up with is based on the previous iteration. Whereas this one is just an expansion of rings of blocks. Once you start getting into complex rotation, fractals start being hard to recreate on the fly. Now I have tossed around the idea of underneath here putting a Hilbert curve. There are some fractals that are sort of loosely based on Hilbert curves that are like Celtic knotwork mazes. And they are pseudo three-dimensional. And I could make a little walking path based on that, or a minecart path. I could make a minecart fractal. But because of the fact that you can't really see the whole thing at once, it becomes a lot harder to appreciate than this. This you can walk around and sort of infer a little bit what's going on. But if you're down at the level of a Hilbert curve, it's really hard to envision. It becomes that mess of pipes screensaver from Windows 95 or whatever. A wild Volbeat has appeared. How do people get to level 100? You mean this level 100 over here that I'm level 55 of? You are online all the time, every single day, and you don't miss a day. That's how people get to level 100. Yeah, space filling curves like Hilbert curves are pretty neat for me. I guess this is a space subtracting curve. Because it gets infinite surface area and zero mass. Well, approaches zero mass, I should say. Congratulations, you two, on catching the Volbeat. Huh. This build is menacing. I like to think of it as cyclopean. There's a 50-cent word for you. Cyclopean. In your class, you're only doing 25-cent words. Ah, okay. Grandiose. Speaking of crossing your eyes, I used to draw things that you could turn into stereograms. I used to do not only those little fuzzy picture stereograms, but also like I would draft up two different angle views of the same object so that you could have, if you put a divider between your eyes and looked at the page, you would actually see a three-dimensional object pop out at your eyes. I used to draw fractals in 3 dimensions on paper. It was a trip, man. There for a while, one of my favorite things that I would do is empty space fractals. So, for instance, the part of this Menger Sponge that I'm building is the actual primary Menger Sponge, but if you invert it, if you just take the hollow spaces and remove these and only have the stuff that's here filled in, it looks quite interesting. Looks very messy, in fact. But my favorite empty space fractal that I used to draw was the Sierpinski gasket, which is it's like a 3-dimensional Pascal's triangle. And if I say those words, then it's probably not going to mean anything, so give me just a second. Ba, 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 ba. And I'll go like this. Good old Earthen view again. Why are you taking so long? There we go. This is Pascal's triangle on the left. It's used for doing quadratic equations and stuff. And then on the right over here is if you take this and use it as all four sides of a tetrahedron, you can make this void space pyramid thing. Same sort of principle as the Menger Sponge. But it's a lot more interesting to look at the inside part where it's all voided out. It has a different sort of appearance. It's like I guess it's more like a cactus growth kind of design, with each iteration being new, younger growth on the plant. It's also called a Sierpinski triangle, yes, but it was, the math for it was originally demonstrated by Pascal, and the way it works is if you take a field of zeros and then somewhere decide to start placing a 1, and then just like with the rest of the field, the next layer down is the sum of the two previous layers joined together, or the two numbers up above joined together from the previous layer. So if you have 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, and then the next layer, these two zeros are going to be adding up to 0, and these are going to be adding up to 0, and then on this layer you say, all right, this is where I'm going to put a 1 right here, and then all the rest are zeros. So the next layer is going to be whole bunches of zeros, and then the 0 plus 1 equals 1, and then that 1 plus the 0 on the other side is going to equal 1, and then all the rest is zeros. Then you get to the next layer, it's going to be all zeros, a 1, a 2, a 1, and then all zeros again. And then the idea is wherever there's an odd number, there's solid space, and then wherever there's an even number, there's void space. And that's Pascal's triangle. Same thing as Sierpinski's triangle, but Sierpinski decided to make it a three-dimensional representation, and so it is sometimes called Sierpinski's gasket for the 3D pyramid version of the triangle. And the reason why the triangle exists is because of the way quadratic formulas work with multiplying like terms together. So x plus 1 times x plus 1 equals x squared, so the prefix is a 1, and then 2x, so the prefix is a 2, and then plus 1. So the prefix is, well, itself. It is 1. So it's 1, 2, 1. So that would be the third line of the Pascal's triangle. There's a negative first line too, yeah. But if you want to follow the strictures of the design of the shape, then everything else is just a whole bunch of gobbledygook for the rest of the field where all the zeros are supposed to be. It starts becoming a mess of things. One of the things that I like about fractals is how they can be used to inspect sort of idealized versions of things in the real world. Like certain kinds of spirals, certain kinds of canter sets, certain kinds of means of dealing with payload versus fuel consumption, all kinds of stuff like that can be used for visualizing other kinds of complex math in a way that is more, I guess, real, more tangible. A wild Gligar has appeared in Twitch chat. Gligar. Looks like you need to purchase more Pokeballs then. Ow. Alright, let's drink some more tea here. Ah. Tonight I'm just drinking regular black tea. Just your standard orange and black pekoe, I think with a little bit of oolong. Which reminds me, I do need to reorder some Lapsang Souchong tea. Love me some Lapsang Souchong. Any book recommendations? Yeah! My books! Ah, crackers. I keep neglecting to paperize the Vacancy on Samson Lane. Because I got distracted from being able to do that, and then time went by and I did something else. I need to move that up on my to-do list again. Come to think of it, I need to put a panel down in the Twitch with the information for my books also. Last few weeks I've been kind of maining some of my my disaster short stories. One of them you might remember, Emma, is the Flesh Cloud. I've been fleshing that story out a little bit. Yeah, Cuddle's dad wrote a book about his experiences with having cerebral palsy and some of the challenges that you had to go through with being otherwise abled. I think the book is called something like Camp Handy Can or something like that. It's been a while since I saw the name. I might be wrong on that. Yeah, I have... my first book I published was a novella called Vacancy on Samson Lane. It is the first installment in my universe of my own creation for horror stories. And then the second book is called My Father's Son. And it is a hard sci-fi story about a planet of clones. And interestingly enough, both of the books in their two categories, when I published them during the first week, they made Amazon bestseller for both categories. So technically, I've published two books and both of them have been bestsellers. Oh, well, there it goes. Oh, wait, no, I got it. Ha-ha! That was a magical landing. What is your favorite subject for reading? Like, if you had to be stuck with a subject for the rest of your life, what subject would you go to as your, I could do this for the rest of my life, sure. Yeah, you. Or anyone, but you specifically. Showtime. You like magic. Okay. Well, I mean, there's obviously you said you read the Percy Jackson, and I'm sure that by now you've had your hands on the Harry Potter stuff. There's also if you like, hold on, PV2. If you like magic and other things associated with magic, like dragons and things, there's the Pern series. Let's see here. How many books are in the Pern series? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 15 books it looks like. Anne McCaffrey writes about dragons. There's honestly tons of different authors that have really good series about fantasy and magic and stuff like that. But right now, I am drawing some blanks on recommendations. I mean, obviously there's everything in the D&D literature. Forgotten Realms and all that kind of stuff. Alrighty, showtime. Let's see here. Oh yeah, Earthsea. I forgot that was actually also in books. Oh, duh. Wheel of Time. Wheel of Time is actually a great franchise. I would not recommend reading Aragon unless you are just going to read it just for fun. Huh. There's a lot of new stuff on this list that I'm not familiar with. Good author that deals with magic in lots of different ways, but also has lots of other subjects with their writing. Terry Brooks. I particularly enjoyed The Black Unicorn. That was a good story. I couldn't tell you a lot of details about what happened in it. I just strongly remember that I enjoyed it. But I spent most of my time, instead of fantasy, I would read sci-fi. I would just, whenever I could find anything sci-fi, I'd just fill my brain with it. A wild Lycanroc has appeared. The Dusk version has appeared in Twitch chat. I had everything published by Isaac Asimov, Arthur C. Clarke, Robert Heinlein, Robert Silverberg, Kurt Vonnegut, Michael Crichton. Let's see here. Oh, Frank Herbert. I think I said Robert Heinlein. Let's see. Who else did I have basically all of? Oh, well, I had up to the point when I was collecting them, I had all the Star Wars books, all the Star Trek books. Ba, 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 ba. I used to just absorb books. I'd read and read and read and read and read and read. And then I had to make the decision between, well, do I want to spend my time reading or do I want to spend my time doing things? And I started doing a lot more gaming and stuff. And so my physical book reading kind of fell to the wayside. I have somewhere, I have more text file versions of books than I could ever read in my lifetime, and I started trying to find programs that could read the books to me, text-to-speech style. And I started listening to audiobooks, and then I have since discovered that there's lots of audiobooks that you can just get online, listen to on YouTube and stuff like that. So I have been absorbing my literature through audiobooks. I've not physically read the Harry Potter books, but I have listened to the entire series at least 3 times now. So I would suggest audiobooks, because very often hearing the words and hearing how they're used is a lot easier to understand what's going on than trying to make sense of the word on the page. No, audiobooks. Here's the thing. Just on YouTube alone, there's probably 1,000 channels that have free audiobooks to listen to. My favorite one that I listen to is Horror Babble. But you can just look up on YouTube, you can look up audiobooks, and you'll be sent to dozens and dozens of channels. Oh. It landed. It landed. Give me that back. Well, I mean, you can do probably you can refine a search. You can probably say, uh, like horror audiobooks, or sci-fi audiobooks, or fantasy audiobooks, or westerns, or I mean, there's probably even romance audiobooks on YouTube for all I know. Oh. So apparently, there has been a somewhat recent change to YouTube, limiting uh, video links to 12 hours. And so a number of videos that I have often enjoyed have been removed and had to be replaced in some cases. But like there was one that was, I think, 25 or 26 hours. It was a bunch of uh, some dozens of short stories on Horror Babble, and they have had to split it up into multiple smaller videos of about 8 hours in length each. And this is how I discovered the rule change. What do you mean links or actual videos? Yeah, it's a little annoying. I'm sure there's a reason why. I don't know what that reason is, but I'm sure there is a reason. Or at the very least an excuse. Oh, yeah, lengths. Durations, yeah, not lengths. Lengths. Well, yeah, it probably does revolve around ads, very likely. But here's the thing, YouTube has been injecting ads even onto people's stuff who specifically set their videos up not to have ads. YouTube is beginning to just inject ads on people's stuff regardless. A wild Lilligant has appeared in Twitch chat. But yeah, if you fire me a message, Cuddles, I'll send you a link to Horror Babble, and you can just start listening to some of the stories and seeing if maybe you might enjoy listening to some horror stories. I know I sure do. Okay. Now the intersection. And we found out that when you watch the video inside Discord, it doesn't have ads anyway, so. At least through that interface, you don't have to worry about being inundated by 14 ads for a 20-minute video. You get an ad even when you play it in Discord. I'm not talking about following the link. I'm saying you click on the play button in Discord. You still get an ad. That's redonkulous. I'm very strongly considering if/when I get to the point where I can monetize my videos on YouTube to just not. And just have a little thing at the beginning of my videos that say, to make it so you can have experience without ads, I'm not monetizing my videos. If you like my stuff, you can say thanks by, supporting me on Streamlabs and Patreon. Oops. Okay. Almost done with this layer. Definitely won't be able to finish the third layer tonight. Unless I were to just keep on streaming. Oh yeah, the long spaces are very annoying for seeing the pattern. That's why I put that one wall up, because I knew it was going to be a pain in the butt to stay on task sometimes. Who knows? Maybe I will just stream until the third layer is done tonight. We'll see. All right, that's that layer done. Next layer. Hello, Liminal. Greetings, fellow space traveler. It's Liminal Ninja, everyone. Liminal Ninja does long streams daily. A lot of chill stuff. And I need to do the next shulker. All right. I have done for sure. I've done the 10 minimum that I'd like to try to do, but I'm going to keep on going. Wait, did Liminal just raid me? I don't see any indication that I was raided. Okay. Ah, okay. So he was streaming. All right. Wow. Yeah, go ahead. Throw him a shout out. more than happy. Oh, I went past the edge. A wild fungus. There's a fungus among us, which I learned is the evolution of the fungus, is the Among Us, and that came out before the game Among Us. Oops, oops, oops. Now, before I do the rest of this, I'm going to be right back. All this tea goes somewhere, and I have to go make room for the next drink. I'll be right back. All right. So what's the first thing I do when I get back? I drink some more drink. Black cherry soda. All right. Back to building. So because of these torches, This whole ledge is completely lit. It's pretty lit, fam. Head starting to spin. Okay. Thank you for the help, Cuddles. It is always appreciated. Message me on Discord and I will send you those horror babble links. Send you some good long ones to listen to. That way you can have just some audiobooks going. Right now I'm in a cosmic horror kick, so I'll start you off with some cosmic horror links. I will say that these full layers are really good for getting in a lot of blocks placed. Oh, hello. Thank you for following Abyssal 2023. That was so loud. I love that. Thank you. I was so into the rhythm and all of a sudden, blong. That was great. Thank you for the follow. Who, me hyper-focused? I don't know what you're talking about. Hello and welcome. I am building a giant Menger Sponge. Because I am a math dork. They ding to make sure I'm awake. Yeah. So how are you doing today? And what is IP? What is IP? But yeah, that was a fun little follow. Unintentional jump scare. Worked like a charm. Oh, I bet I know what they were looking for. I I want to see. Let me come over to Nightbot. Because I think you can make custom commands. Custom. Yeah, I know my dings are working. Yes, indeed. Indeed. Add command. Command IP. And I will call this mc.performium.net. Join me on Performium at join me in Minecraft on Performium at, and then go submit. Now let's see if that does something. Hey! I made a command. Oh no. Well, I have to add this command now. Is go. I've been meaning to look into doing some different kinds of commands uh, with Nightbot, and seeing about making some custom other stuff to go with it, so that I can maybe have little interactive games and stuff going. Oh, does that say last? I meant to say land. I was in a hurry. Let me change this. Edit. You land safely on your skyblock spawn point. Let's try that again. Is go. You land safely. You can't come to the server? Oh no, why not? It should be on most versions of the game. Yeah, I think it even includes a pocket edition, so I don't know why you would not be able to join. But it is mc.performium.net, which it also says right over here on the right side of the screen. I had an idea for something that I could do for the Nightbot interactions by having a text-based maze where it's not so much a maze, I guess. It's more like a Zelda map or something like that, where in order to inspect the rooms, you spend stardust, and then there is maybe a monster or a puzzle or something, and then if you are successful, you get a reward of stardust, often more than you use to go to move to the next room, that sort of thing. But I'm gonna have to look into what all that is going to entail. But I think it would be neat to have a little bit of a game going on. Yeah, today has been pretty productive, I will say. What other sorts of things should I have as commands through Nightbot? What are some ones that are fairly common? Whew, all right. Next layer is a ring, just a solid ring. So that's good. What about you, Emma? Have you any input on some Nightbot commands that might be useful to include? I know you get around a little bit more when it comes to watching people's streams. Oh, that's one that I could add. Ba, 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 ba. I'll go Discord. Submit. That's a useful one. That worked. I should probably make one that says commands. Unless there is one. Oh! I just learned a thing. Really? That's neat. Oh, I was just asking if there's if you can think of anything that I would do well to add to Nightbot commands. Cause you definitely watch a lot more streams than I do. And so you've probably seen bunches of different ideas. I'm happy to add some stuff. I just don't know what to add. Because this new follower, Abba, has reminded me that I can make Nightbot commands by trying to summon one with the IP. So I added an IP command, and then it got me thinking. There's bunches of different things that I could add. I just don't know what. Auto shoutouts on raid. Let's see here. I'll have to look into that. Command variables. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, there's lots of things. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, there's stuff that I need to look into for that. Next, Shulker. this is probably going to be the last choker for the night. Because it is 6 minutes until midnight for me. And I generally wrap up at midnight so that I can take a break, eat some food, and then afterwards I usually just chill on the Discord, hang out over there, maybe do a Discord stream, probably a different game. A wild sea dot has reappeared. It's come back around. Give people another chance. I think C dot was the first one I noticed for the stream today. Okay. The C dot has escaped. We Okay. Sit up straight. There we go. I hope I can figure out a way to make Stardust as a reward for doing things via Nightbot. I hope there's something I can do with that. I feel like that would be nice. Getting there. Sorry, I'm not chatting too much. I'm kind of just vibing, actually. Any questions? Anything you'd like as a subject of conversation? Okay. Ooh. That'd be it. So let's see here. I did 13.5 shulkers today. Not bad. Oops. Not bad at all. Blood is a soup and calcium is a metal. You are a soup controlling a robot. No, you run on a soup controlling a robot. Because you are not the blood, you are the brain and the nervous system. So you're really a jellyfish fed by soup controlling a robot. Because if you look at just the brain and the nervous system, you're a jellyfish. What is it that Skeletor says as he leaves when he does those information things? Until next time, yeah, something like that. Skeletor's a great. I wouldn't even consider him a villain. He's in his own way. He's an anti-hero. He just is also villainous toward He-Man, but he's not. I mean, just because he's a bad guy, it doesn't mean he's a bad guy. Know what I mean? Let's see here. Home. Oh, I can just go /back, I think. Yep, /back. Not to be confused with /. Let's put these in storage. And go ahead and wrap up for the day. Put myself in position over here to get ready for making some more of these. Boop, 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 boop. Let's just go ahead and do this. And you might be thinking, oh no, I'm running out of Deepslate. I only have this much and this much. Those are empty. I only have those two and these left to go. Incorrect. All of this cobbled Deepslate. This whole row is cobbled Deepslate. And if worst comes to worst, let's see here. Home. What homes do I have? The jellyfish demands more soup. Oh my goodness. I have... What is home ground level? What is that? Oh... I remember. Okay. Home dig site? I don't think this is it. Yeah, that's this. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Donut Phantom. Slant. Warehouse, fortress dig. Wait. Home, fortress, dig. Oh, right. Ba. Let's get out of there. That guest is about to see me. Huh. Home temp. That's not where I thought it was. Weird. Home begin. What is... Oh, this is the start point for that. That's right. Wow. I had a... Nice. Good job, Emma. I had a waypoint set for where I was digging under the cube. I know it's not that. I may have overridden the waypoint. Sand, nether guard, warden, ocean, mesa birch, desert jungle, carrot fortress. Grinders. City 2. Whole bunch of bastions. Yeah. That's interesting. And unexpected. Let's go home cube or home dono. Because down here, or is it down over here? No. Aha, it's down here. This is down to the stone layer. There we go. Yeah. There we are. All the way down here. Where did I leave off? Of course, it's down on this side. There we go. Okay, so this is where I left off. All of the bottom half of the the Menger Sponge, the bottom half of the world, is I still had plans on doing stuff, and I was going to clear all this out and use all this deep slate down here for going up there. So I've got way more deep slate than I'll ever be able to reasonably use. Okay. So let's set a waypoint here and call it set home deep dig. Now I can get back here again. Whew. Anyway, that's going to be it for me for today. So I can grab some food and then go chill out over in Discord. So let's come over here. Ba-ba. Hello, and also farewell. Thank you guys ever so very much for hanging out and spending time. And I am just thrilled with the progress that I made today. 13 shulkers is great. Almost 14. Got a new follower. Welcome, Abba. I got some new insights into Nightbot commands. So that's fantastic news. Progress. But I am going to go ahead and go. So let's see here. First off, before I do all the rest of the closing things, let me see. Mute tab. Let's see here. Who is live? Liminal Ninja is live. Let's see here. Yeah, looks like it's gonna be Liminal Ninja today. So let me go ahead and prepare a greeting. Raid message. Greetings, fellow space travelers. There's that. Copy. And they are playing Apex Legends. I will go ahead and prepare this. Say raid liminal _ ninja. So anyway, let me go ahead and do my closing here. Thank you very much for watching and hanging out and spending time. Like I said, after this I will be over on Discord and doing a chill session. I may, in the future, after my midnight cutoff, I may do like a secondary stream, because, I mean, honestly, I don't go to bed until like 5 hours from now anyway. So I could theoretically just do a couple streams in one day, but I do like to have that little break. So, hello! A new signal has been received from across the stars. Mr. Rue is now following. Thank you, Mr. Rue. I am just doing the wrap-up. It is now after midnight, so I'm going to be wrapping up here. From Emma's recommendation. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Rue, and thank you, Emma. But let's see here. What is that little icon? Oh, 2023. That's the Twitch Recap 2023 badge thing. Neat. Anyway, if you have any questions, comments, or suggestions, you can leave them in the YouTube comment section for the video, or like I said, you can come join over on Discord and we can chat over there. If you like the video, do give it a like. I do appreciate it, and it helps a lot. And if you haven't already, do please subscribe if you're on YouTube and follow if you're on Twitch. And if you aren't on both, go make sure that you're doing both. That would be very lovely of you. Uh, yes, thanks again, Emma, for that. I appreciate all the eyes. Like I said, you have this networking thing down much better than I ever could. Silly introversion. Anyway, um, I have also got in the description. I've got links to my Patreon, my Streamlabs, the YouTube memberships, all that kind of stuff. So if you would like to help support my channel in ways that are more substantial than liking, subscribing, following, and sharing with your friends, then you can do that. You can either do single time tips or you can do something like an ongoing dollar a month or something like that. I have lots of different tiers, including the Lapis tier on my Patreon, which you get a free signed copy of any books that I publish while you are supporting at that tier. But I think that's about it for today. So we're going to go ahead and raid Liminal Ninja. Thank you once again for watching. This has been Thorn of Night playing Minecraft on the Performium network at mc.performium.net. And you too can join by going there as well. Link using IP. But anyway, this has been Thorn of Night, and I will talk to you later. Let's go raid.